Next to the beautiful San Francisco Bay, 40 miles from where Candlestick Park once stood. We're at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Jason Sanders is out, ready to kick this one away. And off we go in Santa Clara. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10.
At their own 26-yard line.
First play of the drive, and he takes an option left. This is ahead for about 5. Play brought to an end by Jalen Ramsey. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5.
The difference right there, Kate, between that gain and a big hit for a loss, some really quick decision-making. He made a quick read, saw the running back was going to get hit if he handed it, and he pulls it himself for a positive gain.
Here's the first carry for Christian McCaffrey. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead? Well, did the exact opposite here, Kate. It now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Burrow out of the shotgun. He's on the move. Oh, he's going to run for it. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock, you know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm, especially in a situation like that, and it's a good thing you woke up to it, able to make something out of nothing and at least keep him moving forward.
It's a punt coming from the Niners on 4th down, and Mitch Wisnowski out to boot it away. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. Call that a booming 56 yards in the end. And it'll be Dolphins football. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. First give of the game here to Raheem Mostert. He gets it forward for a gain of 3. Dre Greenlaw getting there for the stop. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
On the play fake, it's Herbert. Connection made to Raheem Mostert. And he'll head out of bounds after a short gain.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Herbert now to throw on 3rd. He completes it in traffic. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the 1st.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and man, did he make an impact play.
Let's see how they attack this 1st down, Brock, from the 43. Herbert from the gun. That's Hill working the sideline, complete. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Jarvarius Ward brings him down. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Herbert to throw once more. Able to get it to Mostert. And he's able to get it past midfield and down on the 49er side.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care. Win, just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Here we go, third and less than a yard. Herbert throwing again. That's caught for the first. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
It's Herbert once more. This one's taken in by Hill. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop. All right, still scoreless through one quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back to Levi Stadium right after this. We're back for the second quarter. Dolphins in a real good spot to score. Now Herbert again. This is caught by Jalen Waddle. And in for the Miami touchdown. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ballgame.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you can go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
Extra point is good by Sanders. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Sanders all set to send it away. Here's a return from the 7. They'll bottle him up as he gets the return to the 30. Second drive coming up for this 49ers offensive unit. Still in search of their first points as we work our way through the middle of this game. The score 7-0. First and 10 now from the 30. They'll start this one on the ground with McCaffrey. And he maneuvers through the middle for a gain of 4.
You know, Kate, these are some of the little hidden plays in a game. Right? Doesn't look like a whole lot on the stat sheet, but A, it gets you good yardage. B, it sets up your play action. And C, most importantly, keeps that defense guessing.
Second and 6 coming up here. From the 34. That's complete. Here's Brown. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. Stopped by one of the league's best tacklers, Roquan Smith. The Dolphins with an extra DB out there. Third down coming. Burrow from the gun. That throw's knocked away and incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
I know a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT and not PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
Mitch Wisnowski on the punt. And this will be his second effort of the contest. He has it at the 13. And something on the return, but not much as it still ends inside the 20. Call that a 64-yard punt officially. And it's going to be their football coming up. They're out and set, first and 10. The drive begins with a run for Mostert. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Myles Garrett coming in for the stop. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up second and 4.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know and you may come back to, because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of a defense.
That's caught. Devon Achane. That goes as a gain of 25 yards and picks up the first.
Got to be a pretty good actor. Got to be pretty good at selling to that defense. That's a drop back pass. When you get a big play on the screen like that, boy, it's choreography by everybody on that offense.
He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. Play action now for Herbert. Gets this one to Andrews. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. That play good for 17 and a 1st down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete.
Hey, Kate, you feeling lucky? Well, the quarterback is, because he just dodged a major turnover. That was an easy pick that was simply dropped.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Back to the air, Herbert. Andrews with the catch. And have him gain about a handful there. Brought down by Fred Warner.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe, short gain on a throw, that's a go-to route to target.
So now here's 3rd and 5. Shotgun snap to Herbert. Complete beyond the marker. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
They'll come up 1st and 10. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And they'll advance this down to the 5-yard line.
1st and goal at the 5-yard line.
They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. Still sticking with the passing game. Off the mark there, incomplete pass.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
So after the incomplete pass, here's 2nd and goal. Throwing it again here. And this is going to be a Miami touchdown. The Dolphins grow their lead just before halftime. Tyreek Hill the touchdown. It's plays like this that make him so well regarded across this league, Brock.
Yeah, such just a difference-making receiver, Kate. You expect him to be the target down here. You did, I did, the defenders did. But what makes him a star is even when people know his number's being called, he still finds a way to deliver.
That one right down the middle. And the Dolphins double their lead to 14. Sanders all set to send it away. Returning it from the 4. He stopped on the return at the 27. The 49er offense headed out now late in the half. And down a couple of scores, Brock. They probably try to get this into field goal range to trim that lead before halftime. Just over 30 seconds left in the half as they come to the line. 1st and 10 now. Here's Burrow. Into the hands of Kittle. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. We get a timeout here taken by the 49ers. That's going to be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Second and 3 now. Burrow out of the shotgun. It's taken in by Juszczyk. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. Out of the shotgun, Burrow. And this one falls incomplete. Still 17 seconds left to play. Looking for Justin Jefferson on that throw. So second down coming up.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
To throw again, it's Burrow. That throw finds Kittle.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
It's 3rd and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Burrow setting to throw. And that is incomplete. 8 seconds left now. Just got a hand up on that to break it up. So that brings up 4th and long.
You know, as a QB, I'm going to note that in the back of my head. That was a heck of a break. Knocks the ball away. DBs like that, they tend to, once they get one hand on the ball, have a pretty good beat on you and can get 2 hands on it the next time.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. The Dolphins offense returning to the field a final time before the half. And while one sideline has 0 points, this offense, well, they have had 0 issues so far getting into that end zone.
They are rolling right now, Kate, and unless there's a speed bump on the immediate horizon, things are at risk of getting out of hand.
All right, snap and a quick kneel down, and the final few seconds are going to elapse here in our first half. We've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go. The NFL on EA Sports returns after this. Fielded at the 7. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Dolphins getting their offense out there to start off this second half. And they really leaned on that passing game in the first half, Brock. Let's see if that emphasis continues to start the third. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. First play of the drive. Here's Mostert. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Second down now, 7 to go. Throwing now, Herbert. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up 3rd down.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Herbert from the gun. He's going to push one deep down the right.
You know, ball skills are not just a selling point for receivers entering the draft. Teams want defenders, especially in this day and age of the passing game, who can make plays on the ball, too, especially on these deeper throws. He doesn't swat that one away. We could be looking at a huge game.
Now it's Jake Bailey, who's out to punt this for the Dolphins. He's got this at the 27. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And the 49ers will go on offense. Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. They'll start the second half with McCaffrey. And he's brought down for a loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Looking to throw, Burrow. This is brought in along the sideline. High degree of difficulty for a short gain.
That one came with a higher degree of difficulty. He had to balance focusing on the catch while staying in bounds.
A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. Here's Burrow. Caught by the open man. Touchdown, San Francisco. The 49ers start the second half with some needed points. It's a Justin Jefferson touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. And you got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up. You can find pay dirt.
And just like that, we're back to a one-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Return starts at the 9. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The Dolphins sending their offense back out there. The touchdown dropped this back to a one-possession game, so they're hoping to get some breathing room right back here. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Herbert back to throw. Got his target. It's Hill. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. Tight end going in motion here. 1st and 10. Here's Herbert. Dump off caught by his back. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Well, there was never a play in any playbook I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. But if there's any solace, at least it was 1st down. A couple more chances to make up for it.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Herbert now. And he won't connect on that one. Incomplete.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. It's Herbert once more. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. trying to find Jalen Waddle. And now they're staring at 4th and long. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered, and that's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
And he's out of bounds after some great work on that return. Found some space, got his team 21 on that run back. And they're going to take over possession. The 49ers find themselves in a great spot to start this drive. 1st and 10 coming up. Burrow from the gun. Caught by Deebo Samuel. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. It's Kader Kohu up to make that play.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. McCaffrey running between the tackles. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
3rd and short, it's Burrow. Cover man is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete. Trying to find A.J. Brown. And that leaves them with 4th and 5.
And you ask a lot of your defenders on that field. It is not easy to play defense in today's NFL. Not only stay in their assignment's hip pocket, but to make plays on the ball as it arrives. He was challenged with an intermediate throw, and he swatted it away with ease.
That hits at the 9, but nobody around to grab it. It carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Offense returning to the field now for the Dolphins. They didn't add to their lead last time out. They punted it away, but still ahead and able to add to it here. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. On the play fake, it's Herbert. And someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Picked up by Fred Warner. This, our last play of the quarter. On 1st down, here's Burrow. Has a man, it's Brown. And he's going to end up out of bounds, which will end our 3rd quarter. So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. It's 49ers ball, and they're sort of in comeback mode here. They trail to start the 4th. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Off the option, here's McCaffrey. And he'll get this across. Touchdown, San Francisco. The 49ers parlay the interception into points. Christian McCaffrey, the touchdown. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the 4th quarter that could go either way.
The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th. Here's Wishnowski now to handle the kickoff. Has this at the 6. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Miami offense headed out there now. And they're going to be looking for a little redemption after their interception last drive led to a tie ball game, 14-all. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that's going to give the Dolphins a first down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. He's got Andrews. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for in first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Here's a give inside to Mostert. And they bring him down around the 34. Pickup of 12 on that play. And it'll be first down, Miami.
Pretty obvious, this defense. Man, they need more people around the line of scrimmage. But the minute you do that, Kate, you start opening up those throwing lanes. This is how balance takes apart a defense.
This one's taken in by Hill. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Opening carry for Devon Achane. And he's brought down after taking this to the 26. A gain of 5, and that brings us to the 2-minute warning. Give on 3rd to Mostert. And he's brought down beyond the marker. So a first down for them as we've hit the 2-minute warning. He gets 6 on that play. And that's going to give the Dolphins a first down.
I don't know what it is, Kate, but I love 3rd down runs. I really do. I know the receivers don't always like it because money down, they want the ball. But a 3rd down run for a first down can be so demoralizing to that defense.
And he works his way for a gain of 4. You get a timeout here taken by the 49ers. That's going to be their first. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. They'll go again with Mostert. And they bring him down at the 7-yard line. San Francisco calls it 2nd timeout. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. They're all set up for the game winner. Let's see how they approach it, starting with this 1st and goal. Counter give to Mostert. And he won't challenge for the goal line. The stop made at the 4. The 49ers will call their 3rd and final timeout as they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. Mostert has nothing on that run. They stand strong and stop him at the 2.
Well, you get a little bit closer, but you can feel the pressure starting to mount. Unless you're committed to playing 4 downs here, this becomes a critical 3rd down call.
Buckle up. It's 3rd and goal. Mostert trying to punch it in. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Give him a couple yards on that run, and this sets up 4th and goal.
Well, the defense, they couldn't stop him for a loss, but they denied him the goal line at least. Now we get to see, right, decision time, one of these critical decisions of whether or not they're going to go for an all-or-nothing 4th down play.
one is good! And they're going to take the lead inside the final minute.
I know that was a kick he could make in his sleep, but with the game on the line, he delivered.
Sanders all set to send it away. Samuel now to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So here come the 49ers on offense. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. They're out and set, 1st and 10. He'll look to throw it. Into the hands of Jefferson, complete. And he crosses the sideline a yard or two beyond, looks like the 30.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Back to throw. A bit of desperation on this deep shot. And that one hits the ground incomplete. A single second left now on the clock.
I don't fault the look downfield at all. I mean, that was just a situation there where it's a better defensive play than the offense executing.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. One final shot here. Trying to push it deep downfield. It's intercepted. That will do it. Minka Fitzpatrick has got it. And the Dolphins come up with the interception that clinches the win. So it's a win for the visiting Dolphins. And it's going to be remembered quite a bit for the defensive effort right there at the end to steal away the last bits of hope from the opposing sideline with that interception, Brock, and officially end this game. That does it for another broadcast of the NFL on EA Sports. With my partner in the booth, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Dolphins, your winners, as we'll see you next time from Santa Clara. It's had many names, but only one NFL team over the years. We're at the home of the Dolphins, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida. Jake Elliott is out and ready to kick this one away. And we're underway at Hard Rock. This return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Right to the air is Herbert. Completes this one to Hill. He's got a gain of 6 there. Zach Bond with the tackle.
You know what I love to say? You never go broke taking a profit. And you often gain profits when you use your eyes as a quarterback. Those hitch routes, those underneath throws, oftentimes it's the eyes of the quarterback looking downfield and then taking that short completion.
From the 32. Pass into the hands of Mark Andrews. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. This one's to Andrews outright. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on the throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
2nd and 3 now. Now Herbert again. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
Herbert now to throw on 3rd. And that's incomplete. He's going to wish he hung on to that pick there, but it's still going to bring up 4th down.
I think I could see his eyes from the booth. He was envisioning the return and simply dropped it. You got to secure the pick before anything else.
4th down, and on comes the former All-Pro Jake Bailey to punt. That one hits at the 6, but can't check up. It gets into the end zone for a touchback. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Off the play fake, it's Mahomes. They left him wide open. It's complete. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It goes as a pickup of 37 yards. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
He'll get this one to Brown. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the 1st.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend? Do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
They've got 1st down from the 31. Here's Mahomes. As a man, Justin Jefferson. And he's going to be marked down a yard shy of that marker.
There's no route on the old proverbial route tree, Kate, that takes more trust than throwing an out route. You're throwing it to a spot and believing your guy can get there.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Back to the air, Mahomes. This one snagged by Dallas Goedert. And he gets in. Touchdown, Philadelphia! The Eagles don't need long to take a 6-0 lead. Dallas Goedert the touchdown. So a touchdown on the board for them, Brock, as they start this game off a perfect 1-for-1 offensively.
Yeah, I'm going to call that scripting for success right there. Can't do it much better than that. And listen, when you script these first plays, you don't always know who the targets are going to be. It's really then relying upon what the defense is trying to take away. They couldn't take away that big old tight end.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So Miami headed out for its second drive of the game. And they're certainly hoping for some better results here after that first drive ended in a punt. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Herbert from the gun. Got his target. It's Hill. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 22 on that one. And it'll be first down, Miami.
If they get a handful of these types of plays per game, pass game coordinator is going to be one happy camper.
1st and 10, Herbert. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. He was looking DK Metcalf's way there. And it sets up 2nd down.
I think that was a throw, Kate, that just came a little bit too late. What it did is it gave that defense time to come up and deliver a pop and knock the ball loose before he could secure it fully.
2nd and 10 now. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free.
You got to time up your hit, and you got to jar that ball loose. Not a lot of offensive players are hanging on to that one through a well-placed hit.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Herbert to throw once more. Taken in by Hill, right side. And he's going to get a modest amount on that return before he ends up out of bounds.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
In punt formation for the Dolphins.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And that's out. We're just waiting for the spots. They're going to say it cleared the sideline over top the 14. So before they can set up for another play, we've hit the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. Back to Hard Rock Stadium right after this. Ready now for our second quarter. The Eagles have the football. They'll take over here following that punt to end the first. On 1st and 10, here's Mahomes. He'll get this to Jefferson. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
1st and 10 now from the 30. Play action, Mahomes. That one's cut along the left sideline. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
From the red zone now. Into the end zone, but someone's able to knock it away. That's incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. It's 2nd and goal.
Well, the QB right there, he put it pretty close to the sidelines to begin with, and the defender Well, that was a nice job. Just simply put a hand out there and let me just encourage the ball to fall incomplete.
Toss play to Barkley. And he drives forward for a little, maybe to the 7. Just a couple on that play. It's going to be 3rd and goal.
Yeah, that defense was flying to the ball. You see that outside toss. This is a pursuit drill that they work on over and over again. Get to that toss before it can really get started.
Here's Mahomes, 3rd and goal. And he scores. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles get another 6 to make this a 13-0 game. Well, Brock, you know this better than most. Sometimes these dudes can be a quarterback's best friend, finding the tight end in the end zone for 6.
And it really has been that way for decades when you think about it, Kate. From John Mackey to Tony Gonzalez to Travis Kelce. The position can be such a mismatch when you're throwing for the end zone.
That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles double their lead to 14. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Miami set to take over once again on offense. They haven't been able to get that offense going just yet, Brock. The deficit at 14. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Staying between the tackles with Mostert. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. That was Sauce Gardner dropping him there. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get first downs against the better defenses in this league.
Here's 2nd and 7. Taken in by Smith. And he gets forward for 3 yards as we reach our 2-minute warning.
This defense didn't give up contain there, Kate. That was an instance where the more exciting plays were taken away downfield. And even looking to the tight end wasn't going to net them much.
Clock running. Dolphins will hurry to the line. From the gun on 3rd, it's Herbert. Complete beyond the marker. And he's down after getting this up to the 41. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the 1st down.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
Clock running. Dolphins will hurry to the line. Herbert on 1st down. Metcalf there to bring it in. And he gets him around 6 there. Zach Vaughn with the tackle. Now the Dolphins call a timeout. It's their 1st. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Herbert throwing again. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That goes for 36 yards. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down.
He just made a difficult throw to the outside. Look elementary, Kate, and that's not easy. The placement, excellent. And it helped set his target up to put some more yards on that stat sheet.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Timeout taken by the offense, their 2nd. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. All right, here we go. Second down. Trying again, following the sack. Metcalf's got it. Complete.
Kate, I can't tell you how good that is. Anticipating the outcut, having the ball on the way before the receiver's head even turns. He puts it on him so that receiver can easily get out of bounds for the nice gain.
And the Birds bring out the nickel look. Third down coming up. Herbert now, blitz coming. Touchdown, Miami! Well, great work there, Brock. They weathered the storm, and now they've gotten themselves right back into this ball game.
Anybody who's played this game has been here before. The game doesn't start the way you want. You're in a big hole, and all you can do is climb out of it. And the words of Pete Carroll resonate. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Sanders connects on the point after. And the Dolphins chop the lead in half. It's down to 7. Just like that, we're back to a one-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Here's Smith on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Eagles setting out their offense one last time in the first half. They're up by 7. We'll see if they choose to just rest on that going into halftime. Just 25 seconds remaining as they get all set up for first down. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. This one finds Goddard. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Stopped by one of the league's best tacklers, Roquan Smith.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to get him the ball.
Sanders all set to send it away. Return coming from the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Philadelphia has its offense out to start this third quarter. They still have the lead, but that touchdown makes it a little close for comfort. So this drive a chance to get it back up to a 2-score game. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, here's Mahomes. Fits it through the middle. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. That one goes for 25 yards. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
Throwing on first down, Mahomes. That's Jefferson. He's got it. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a gain of 27 yards to move the chains.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. To the air, Mahomes. Into the hands of Jefferson, complete. And they get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped.
The nice thing about a drag route is it works versus zone. You can find that stop and get a completion, but they can be very effective when you for man coverage.
Options are open here. It's 2nd and inches. Again, Mahomes to throw. Has it in close. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. They find 7 yards, and now they've got 1st and goal. Barkley. Will not challenge for the end zone. He loses a bunch here.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
2nd and goal coming up from the 7. They'll try again with Barkley. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the O-lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over them.
They've held him out twice. Here we go. 3rd and goal. From the gun, it's Mahomes. This one's caught. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep it short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
They'll run for it with Barkley. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Eagles grow the lead coming out of halftime. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. So, Brock, they take a gamble, and it pays off with a big touchdown on 4th and goal.
And they do it on the ground as well, and that just speaks volumes. That's confidence that you can own this line of scrimmage, and your back will see a lane and will get the job done. That just infuses your team and your sidelines with so much confidence.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. In pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The Dolphins offense ready to go as they take the field. Their work really cut out for him now, partner, to follow up that touchdown and get things back to a 1-score game. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Herbert. Finds his man, Waddle. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
2nd and 3 now. Shotgun handoff for Mostert. He'll cobble together a yard there. Buda Baker bringing that one to an end. Call it no gain, maybe 1 at best on that play. That leaves him with 3rd and 2. This is the end of the 3rd quarter. It's Dolphins ball, and they're sort of in comeback mode. They trail to start the 4th. Third and just 2 to go. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. That's caught for the 1st. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 27 on the play. And it'll be 1st down, Miami.
Well, you don't normally get that type of outcome on a slant. You're just looking for a little short yard gain. But find the right type of athlete with space to work before and a perfectly placed ball after the catch. It's a perfect play to break it big.
Trying to find Jalen Waddle. And that'll bring up 2nd down. They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
2nd and 10 now. Hits him on the in route. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. They get an even 10 on that play. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down.
Yeah, these in cuts maybe aren't the hardest throws from a degree of difficulty, Kate, but it does take some courage as a quarterback to throw into congested spaces, but it can pay big dividends.
Gets this one to Andrews. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. Give them 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
I can't tell you how nice it is to have a big, trustworthy tight end in the passing game. Such great size to have, and he forces those defenses to find a way to try to match up when they can't.
Has him on the quick hitter. And they bring him down at the 7-yard line.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
Offense up to the line fast. It's Herbert once more. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Herbert to throw once more. And he'll take this across. Touchdown, Miami! The Dolphins now within one score in the fourth. It's a DK Metcalf touchdown. His second scoring catch of the game. No hesitation on that throw. He got the guy he wanted right away, and he got it to him for the touchdown.
You know, it's great, Kate, to draw up plays and have all sorts of different options, but it's even better when...
And he'll get into the end zone to make this a one-score game in the fourth quarter. We hear it in every sport, partner. Sometimes it's just best to keep it simple. They give it to him, and he heads right up the gut for two.
That's right. Let that defense overthink it, and boy, did they ever. They were so concerned about everything else, they forgot the simplest play in the book. That run right up the middle. Kudos to that O-line to get that push, and an even better job by the back to get in the end zone.
Starting from the 5. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. The Eagles about set to go on offense. Their lead still more than a field goal, thankfully, should the worst happen, Brock. But obviously the goal here is to hang on to the ball and try to run this game out.
Yeah, the goal is to get to the best formation in the history of offensive football. The victory formation.
The victory formation.
That is all that you're thinking right now is just make these plays, run out this clock so we can take one more knee and celebrate.
And he found some running room for a nice gain. Now the Dolphins call a timeout. It's their first. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. Handoff headed right, Barkley. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. Miami calls a timeout here. It's second. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. First down, ball at the 36. They go to Barkley again. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. The defense takes its third and final timeout. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Hands it to the receiver here in motion. Oh, look at this sweep. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. Give him 4 yards there, and they only need one more now on third down.
That's just a good play to mix up what you're doing and keep that defense guessing. The execution, that's pretty well done too, creating the space for a solid pickup.
Going to go with Barkley on the counter. And he's brought down for a loss.
It's after plays like these, Kate, I love to study the body language. What is that offense doing after getting stuffed inside on a run like that? And more importantly, how much does it energize that defense?
Now on fourth down, on comes Braden Mann to boot this away for the Birds. And he drives it skyward, hoping to drop this near the goal line. And now he's going to call for the fair catch and take it just beyond the 30. So no return on that punt. And it'll be their football. Now outruns their offense to take over. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air. So expect some tighter coverage this time around. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Back to throw. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
He'll look to throw it. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. Third down coming up. Looking to throw it. The Eagles swarm in and take him down. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of fourth down. So the Eagles will fly out of here with a road win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Eagles are winners as we say so long from Miami.
The city of Philadelphia is one of rich history and passion, and you can always count on the latter when you step inside Lincoln Financial Field. Here's the kicker, Jake Elliott, ready to get this one started. And off we go from Lincoln Financial Field. Sheds off the tackle and able to get this out to the 25. They'll bring the tight end in motion right.
Herbert going to go to the air right away. That ball caught. It's Mark Andrews, the tight end.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 16 yards on the game's first play and a quick first down.
A lot of tight ends just use their size and their strength, try to occupy some space and kind of body people away and catch the football. But not this guy. He's a refined route runner. Makes me wonder if he took some dance classes in his background with his footwork.
Throw right side is complete to Andrews, his tight end. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. Right back to him for 10 more and a first. So the same tandem connecting on back-to-back throws to start the game.
And maybe throwing the scouting report off just a little bit. That's not exactly what they think is going to be their #1 receiver, but he's producing already early in this game.
That's complete to DK Metcalf. And a 6-yard gain gets him right around the 43.
Line of scrimmage, the 43 on 2nd and 4.
Herbert back to the air.
That completes it again to Metcalf.
And he gets it down a yard or two shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
Well, they clearly wanted to come out, Charles, and be aggressive throwing the football, and they've been pretty efficient along with that aggressiveness. He's now 4 of 4 on this opening drive.
Yeah, and that's led to a fresh set of downs. I like what he's doing back there. You can tell he's at ease. Feels good about what he's doing. I think if I'm the play caller, I'm reading that. I'm continuing to let him throw the football.
Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another first down. And the pocket's been protected pretty good here so far on the opening drive.
We always talk about confidence in runners and catchers and quarterbacks. How about the protection detail? They're not allowing anyone near the guy throwing the football.
Herbert. This one caught by his tight end, Andrews.
And the Dolphins are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line.
A lot of precision being shown on this opening drive. They've been methodical. They've been crisp. And as a reward, they're going to be set up with an early 1st and goal.
1st and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road.
To the air again, Herbert. And that is caught. Touchdown, Miami. Tyreek Hill from 3 yards out.
And the Dolphins will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon.
There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
Extra point up and good by Sanders. And that makes the score 7-0. Now after the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Sanders.
And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line.
Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession. Working from the gun, Mahomes.
Open man, that's Devontae Smith. They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and it's second down.
Brandon, to me, what's important right here on this drive is for them to get at least 2 first downs. They've got to give their defense a chance to settle down, catch their breath a little bit after they give up a touchdown on the opening drive.
From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd and 3. They fake the give. Now Mahomes. That's caught by the big tight end, Dallas Goedert. And Goddard going to have an Eagles first down as he'll be brought down at the 42-yard line. That'll go as a pickup of 8. We'll see what kind of mindset they have here offensively after giving up the touchdown on the opening drive.
And based on our time with them, prior to this game, I feel like they've got a good mindset going in. In fact, the discussion that we had with the coaching staff was, we may give up some points in this game, so our offense has to be ready each and every time to either equal or try and get us ahead and try and keep us ahead. This is their chance to respond to that first touchdown given up.
And that is incomplete. The coverage a little too good there, and it's second down.
He did a fine job there of not hitting him before the ball arrived, and I've got to tell you, you can often mistime that play because of the angles of approach. When you're going to get him, sometimes you panic as well and think, I've got to be there right now. Instead, in this case, time to...
And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. That time, Bradley Chubb shooting in there for the sack. We were wondering what they would do defensively to disrupt Patrick Mahomes. Sacking him on the first drive, that's a really good way to set a tone.
The last thing you want to do is let him get established in the pocket where he can set his feet and throw wherever he wants to. Even though he does it well on the run and on the move, you definitely want to get him off the spot in the pocket.
Sheds him off at the 45. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. They pick up 10, but it'll still lead to a 4th down.
And that's a play that's not uncommon on 3rd and long because the offense is just hoping that somehow they can get a guy in space and follow some blockers downfield. Does a pretty nice job there getting a few yards, but he ends up getting stopped before he can get the first down.
Now second quarter action from Philadelphia, and it's the Eagles in possession as they've got it with a 4th down coming up. On is the punter man as he boots this one away. No returning this one. It sails out of bounds, and they'll spot it right at the 20. So Miami coming out for their second drive. And they'll be looking to make this a 2-score advantage. Had the touchdown on their first drive, Charles. Hey, they can get up 2 scores here on the road. That's a heck of a start.
And not only have they thought about it, I wonder if they visualized it. I remember playing, and they used to turn the lights out in our meeting room and run through a situation like this and say, just think about what it would be like to be up on the road and take the crowd out of it. Maybe they did some of that.
And he is out of bounds right around the 34. 14 yards that time for number 14.
What an intelligent play as he found open grass and uncovered quickly. A nice clutch play to move the chains. The defense, they've got to do a much better job of accounting for these shorter routes.
Now a man who tore up the Packers in the NFC title game a few years back. It's Raheem Mostert. A gain of 3, second down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a win-win, but if you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up. Found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
They'll fake the handoff. Now Herbert completes it to the tight end Smythe. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. First catch for him. It's good for a dozen and a first down.
So many times in my career, I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing. But as long as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's second down.
It's easy to see when we review this that the ball needs to come out quicker, because if you don't throw it right on the break, you bring a crowd of people into the equation.
And that's why it got knocked away there. 2nd and 10. A play fake, and now Herbert to throw. This one into the hands of Metcalf.
They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4.
He decided to run a hitch route. It really helped to have a guy who can turn it loose. And, boy, he rifled one in there on that one. Not much run after catch, but it worked really well.
They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. From the gun, Herbert on 3rd down. That is caught. And he has another first down as they'll get the ball down to the Eagles' 26. Starting to rack up the yardage here in this first half. 5 catches now and a first down. Herbert throwing again. And this is going to be home in by the tight end Andrews. And they do get him down, but not before he's able to slip it inside the 5-yard line.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field, and just like that, they're going to be set up with a 1st and goal.
2 big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's 1st and goal. He's got it. Touchdown, Dolphins. Mark Andrews from 4 yards out. And the Dolphins go up by 2 touchdowns.
Well, this has been a flawless start for them. They score, they get the stop, and they score again, Charles.
Complimentary football at its finest. You just mentioned how they got it done. They scored. The defense got the ball back for them. They score again. That's the way you win ball games.
Now after the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Sanders. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. So back onto the field, here come the Eagles for their 2nd drive.
Well, Charles, we'll see what they can do here. Not a ton of time left, but enough certainly to get points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp and at least 1 practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
No gain on the screen there at 2nd down.
As a defense, you're more balanced when you're in zone coverage because you're able to keep your eyes on the quarterback and see the play develop in front of you. They're able to keep the quick pass in front of them and stop it right at the line of scrimmage.
On play action, it's Mahomes. He's going deep for Brown. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
Trying to get something positive to happen here before the break, and they sure need it. They went for the big one, but it winds up incomplete.
The threat of a 2nd straight punt to start the game is looming as they come up 3rd and 10.
They run with a dangerous Saquon Barkley.
Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts. And they will bottle him up behind the line, and now will they use a timeout?
On 4th down, punt coming from Braden Mann.
And just a net of 31 here. 40-yard punt, 9 on the return. And it'll be Dolphin football.
The Dolphins taking over now late in this first half. And with great starting field position and a couple of timeouts at their disposal, they'll certainly have the green light here.
Good starting field position for the Dolphins as they have it 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. Justin Herbert looking to pass.
Quick hitter to Jalen Waddle.
The Dolphins going to take their 2nd timeout as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining here in the 2nd quarter.
Miami's offense set and ready to go.
And with great starting field position and one timeout in their pocket, they could still come away with points here in the late going. Now 2nd and 3. And they'll send the tight end in motion here. Here's Herbert. A short throw caught by Andrews. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or two shy of the 40. Now the Dolphins will use the last of their timeouts. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. Here's Herbert. Eagle pressure, too much this time. Down he goes. Well-timed effort there by Derwin James. A sack from his safety position. So 2 quarters down, 2 remain. Charles and I return after the break.
Eagles nothing.
A 2-touchdown game, 14-0 the score as we get rolling again here in this second half. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34. Out come the Eagles now as they'll go on offense first here in the 3rd quarter. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people will think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of went away from it in the first half. I think if they get back in balance, it'll help them when they put the ball back in the air.
And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. Just his 2nd catch of the game so far. This one moves the chains.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space, and it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run after the catch to pick up really nice yardage.
He'll get this one complete. That's A.J. Brown. And they'll get to him after a gain of 7 to the 47. Second down and 3. Up the middle with Barkley. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be a loss of a yard, and that's going to lead to a 3rd and 4 coming up.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything in the run game. Case in point right there.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. From the gun, it's Mahomes. Into heavy traffic, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Jalen Ramsey. And the Dolphins are going to take over at their own 13-yard line. After the turnover, here's Herbert. And they'll get this on the screen to Mostert. And they'll bring him down here up at about the 22-yard line.
And a really nice play call there to start the drive, especially if you're a team that has a little bit of a reputation for throwing it downfield. You come out and you think maybe you can catch them off guard a little bit, and they did. Little screen pass, backdoored them, and that time looked well for a solid gain.
Up the middle they go with Mostert. And this one will go to the 28-yard line. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a 1st down.
But we always talk about good down and distance, allowing offenses to expand their playbook. Well, 2nd and 2, that means your playbook's wide open. You can run just about anything. But a lot of times, the play caller, he just looks down at his sheet, sees the short yardage runs, and goes to one of those.
Herbert now. He'll find Metcalf. And they'll wind up getting this to the 37. Gain of 9.
So from the 37, here's second down and 1. They run out of the shotgun with Mostert. And he'll have a Dolphins first down as the tackle made at about the 43-yard line.
Second and 1 is often an invitation to take the big shot downfield. I bet the offensive lineman said, are you kidding? We just get on our backs and let's go get the first down. They love being physical.
Under a minute to go in this third quarter as they come up 1st and 10. Again, they'll run it with Mostert.
And some nifty running here as he'll take this across midfield and down to the 47.
A 10-yard pickup, and it's enough for a Dolphins first down. Consecutive plays now where that offensive line has really created a lot of space.
And we've seen the confidence rise, haven't we? It borders on arrogance now, and that's that good arrogance, believing you can run the football whenever you get good and ready.
On 1st and 10, it's Mostert. And he'll get what he can up the middle, 3 yards. That'll bring up second down.
Give him 3 on first down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. And welcome back. We are in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia.
From the 44-yard line, here's a 2nd and 7.
They'll swing this complete out to Hill. So no gain on the play. And 3rd and 8 now.
All right, partner, I wasn't good enough to get this done, but I played with plenty of guys who did. When they spotted wide receiver screen and they got to the football fast and blew the whole thing up, the same result as we just saw usually happened. No gain.
8th play of the drive forthcoming, and they need 8 yards on 3rd down. And that will be incomplete.
Coverage was awfully tight there on 3rd down. They actually closed off all the passing lanes, forcing the incompletion and bringing up 4th down.
The Dolphins will send out the punter now, as he should be able to pin him back deep here with his first punt. And no return possible here as they angle this one out of bounds.
Eagles offense back out getting set for this next drive.
And you're still in this game. I mean, yeah, you haven't scored. Offense obviously has struggled, but you're only 2 scores down, so all hope not lost.
Not at all, because we were talking about the NFL, and teams can score fast in this league. Quick strikes, you're right back in it. You're exactly right. Keeping hope alive.
Trying to shake off the interception from the last drive. He'll look to throw. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. Nice way to start the drive, a gain of 12 and a first down.
Nice game there, partner, but you and I both know that won't do anything for the final score. They're not going to win this one. Right now they're playing for pride and fantasy points.
And just to erase that goose egg, nobody wants to be shut out. Now here's Mahomes. Complete. Smith has it. And he'll be stopped right at midfield. It's a pickup of 12. Second play in a row with a 12-yard gain. You cannot write these guys off just yet, not with a quarterback like that under center.
You mean it actually crossed your mind with him running the team that you could actually maybe write this game off?
Not yet.
Not a chance. Not with him. We've seen it too many times.
From midfield, here's Mahomes.
Now a quick throw there, but it's going to be incomplete.
And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try and pick up another first down.
Here's 2nd and 10.
And again, it's Mahomes.
Out route pass complete to Goddard.
He's been quiet today in the passing game, just his second catch.
Yeah, and people have to come up with schemes to limit him. And what a lot of teams do, they'll double him, use a linebacker underneath, a safety over the top. Sometimes they'll just take a corner, maybe their third corner if he's a bigger guy, and put him on a man-to-man to try and limit his touches. Just keep mixing it up, give him different angles, different looks, like a good boxer does.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Oh, this defense knows. Fourth quarter, they need to make a play. That one was ripe for the taking. Could have changed the complexion of the ball game, but it winds up incomplete.
Another big play in a game that's had plenty of them. 4th and 2. Now Mahomes got to have this one. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. The time to pull out the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down. Here's Mahomes to throw. He's got Dallas Goedert, his tight end, over the middle. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
Completion was given up, but that's why you play zone defense, so that you can have people around the ball when it's caught, and you don't give up much run after the catch.
They'll come up now on 2nd down. Here's Mahomes. And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down.
And now the focus is really clear. They need to get that first down and either get out of bounds or maybe use one of those timeouts.
A big play here. 3rd and 2. Mahomes. Pass taken in by his big tight end. The Eagles going to take the first of their timeouts as they'll get it with just under 90 seconds remaining. A 2 timeouts still remaining, but scoring quickly, a must. It's 1st and 10. Mahomes to throw it. He delivers another to Goddard, complete.
That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he's unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
Here comes 2nd down. Mahomes. He dumps it off to Barkley. And he takes it inside the 10 to the 8 before he's out of bounds. Clock management definitely critical here if they want to get back in this game.
Absolutely agreed. They have to up the tempo in this case, down a couple of scores. Want to make sure they have a chance to win this ball game.
Now 1st and goal. Mahomes will throw. Throw right side, caught by Goddard, the tight end.
Gotta love a guy who'll stand in there and deliver. No matter what the pressure, waits for the route to come open, hangs in there, and completes the pass.
From the 2 now, 2nd and goal. Mahomes. And this is caught, so it's a late touchdown, but maybe too late. Still a little time left on the clock, however.
I'm not sure win-win is the proper term here, but it certainly felt like it. They got the touchdown they needed. But if I'm on the defensive side of the ball, okay, you got the touchdown, but it sure took you a long time.
Yeah, because offensively there, you're probably hoping for a 1 to 5 play drive. That one ate up a little more time than they were hoping.
You're exactly right, and if you have that 1 to 5 play drive, you actually build up momentum and even more hope. When they had to slog their way downfield, they got the touchdown, but it's almost like, yeah, you know,
doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
So the clock sits at 16 seconds as they line up for the onside kick. And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. The risk-reward of the onside kick, when you don't get it, the risk comes out to play, and here they gave up great field position.
And that's the key to everything, because you're trying your best to press advantages when you have them, And field position leads you to that type of play calling, and whether you want to blitz or whether you want to throw the ball deep, those types of things, not giving up that type of field position, the advantage is switched to their opponent.
Now the Eagles will use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 13 seconds left to play. Victory very likely now for the Dolphins as they take a knee here. The Eagles will take their third and final timeout. And as the two teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break.
Herbert to a knee, and that should just about write it into this one.
So a victory here for the Miami Dolphins. And it was a bit of a strange game. They were held scoreless through the entire second half, but their first half output, that's enough to carry them to victory.
And that's an odd game to watch, isn't it? Because when we saw the output in the first half, you think to yourself, okay, they've got something working here. They know what they're doing. They'll continue that along. But instead, it's goose eggs in the second half. Fortunately, enough of a cushion and enough defense to carry them home.
So that'll do it. For my partner, Charles Davis, and the best darn crew in the industry, I'm Brandon Gaudin. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long from Philly.
A city known for its incredible skyline, its nightlife and beaches, today centered around this venue, Hard Rock Stadium here in Miami. Jake Elliott is out and ready to kick this one away. And we're underway at Hard Rock. And this return gets to the 30 before he stopped. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Right to the air is Herbert. He gets it complete to his man, Tyreek Hill. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. A play fake. Now Herbert to throw. Yeah.
We are about 15 miles north of downtown Miami. This is Hard Rock Stadium here in South Florida. The veteran Jason Sanders ready to get us started. And off we go from South Florida. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. First carry for Saquon Barkley. He looks forward for maybe a yard. Chop Robinson, the man to bring him down. Here's a 2nd and 9. From the shotgun, it's Burrow. He finds Devontae Smith. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, ball's on time, results in a nice 1st down pickup.
Running room hard to come by as he'll get ahead for a yard. DeForest Buckner brings him down. Here's 2nd and 9. Working out of the gun, Burrow. A throw there on 2nd down, going to be incomplete.
There was no hesitation from the quarterback. From the jump, he knew where he wanted to go with that ball, but it still leads to an incompletion. They're just still not quite on the same page.
3rd and 9. Burrow from out of the gun here on 3rd down. And that is incomplete. He was looking for his tight end, Dallas Goedert, that time. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
They told us this week they were going to try to come out fast, and tell you what, that's exactly what they did. Put immediate pressure on this secondary and let them know, hey, all game long today, you better defend every blade of grass because we're coming out firing. And even though that ball falls incomplete, it goes a long way in setting up the rest of this game plan as the game unfolds.
Three tight ends in the game to start the drive. It's a first carry for the veteran Raheem Mostert. And he'll get forward for about a yard. Linebacker Fred Warner brings him down.
A gain of a yard brings up 2nd and 9 at the 21-yard line.
Out of the gun, here's Herbert. He'll get that into the hands of Tyreek Hill. And they'll bring him down, but not until he gets to the 38-yard line.
And it doesn't really matter who you put on him, Mike. When you want to play one-on-one man coverage against a receiver like this, there's not a whole lot else you can do. It's hard to put help over the top because the ball's being thrown out by the sidelines. I like playing in and out. I like playing zones. Somebody underneath, somebody over the top. Share the responsibility. But that's not what they're doing. That's straight man coverage. Quarterback sees the matchup. There's no question where the ball's going to go.
They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. On play action, it's Herbert. That's complete. It's Jalen Waddle. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8. A run up the middle with Mostert. And this will be a short pickup down to the 45. Patrick Surtain makes the tackle.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 10.
They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Shotgun now for Herbert. Taking off. Give him 11 on the scramble and give them a new set of downs. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. And we're back to South Florida after this. Here's 1st and 10. In motion comes Andrews. On 1st and 10, here's Herbert. Short one caught by Andrews.
Not every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
On 1st down, Herbert. From the outside, he's got Waddle. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards.
Outbreaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
In motion comes Andrews. Metcalf left side, he's got it. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with 1st and goal.
I really like the balance that they've showed so far on this drive, Mike, and what that does is it makes the defense have to defend the entire field. The run game and the pass game, everything looks the same. There's no tells, so they can't afford to just dial up certain schemes to take away a run or a pass.
That one, take it in. Tyreek Hill, touchdown Miami. Tight spaces down there, things happen quick. Greg, a quick decision and great execution for the score.
You're exactly right, Mike. Down here this close to the goal line, everybody's clock has to speed up. Not only the quarterback processing to get the ball out of his hand, but you have to win as a receiver quickly and give the quarterback somewhere to go with the ball. It was that quickness at the line of scrimmage that led to that touchdown.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Now return coming from the 7. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Eagles offense ready to see the football for the second time. They'll be hoping to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 our score as this drive begins with a first down. To throw is Burrow. A throw over the middle, and they can't connect. It's incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time, and it'll bring up second down.
This is why it's so critical that the quarterback and his intended target are on the same page. They got to speak the same language. When there's miscommunication, it leads to errant throws, and when errant throws lead to big missed opportunities.
And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete. He was trying to find Saquon Barkley coming out of the backfield. Now it's going to be third down.
In what's clearly become a passing league, Mike, if you're not actively rushing the passer, you have to be able to hold up in coverage, and that's especially true at the linebacker position. Great job here getting in those passing lanes and being able to break up that ball.
That's caught. Saquon Barkley. A gain of 16 on that pass play. Good for an Eagles first down. Burrow to throw. There's Jefferson. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. Here's 2nd and 6. Play action now. It's Burrow. He'll get this complete. That's A.J. Brown. And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line.
That last completion's going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. To throw is Burrow. That's to the left side and taken in by Jefferson. That's 2 catches on this drive. This one for 10 yards and a first down.
You find yourself in these 2-minute drills, Mike. They're pretty critical moments in the game. They go a long way to deciding the outcome, so it makes a lot of sense. You start looking for your top target, and he comes through for him there.
Burrow now to throw on first down. That's complete to Smith. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. working in the pistol. He's got it at the 3. To the goal line and in. C.J. Uzama. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Jake Elliott now for the extra point. He knocks it through. And the Eagles will level things out at 7 apiece. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Dolphins offense going to take over here in the last minute of this first half. We'll try to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Herbert. Catch made there by Waddle. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. The Dolphins offense going to get it one final time in this first half. They'll work in a tie game here in the second quarter and get started with 1st and 10. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. In motion comes Andrews. Throwing now is Herbert. He's got his tight end. It's Andrews. And they'll whistle him down, but not before it picks up a first down after a gain of 7. Herbert. That's over the middle, caught by Tyree. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Throwing again, Herbert. A throw, left side, caught by Andrews. That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
This pass defense, it just has to be better than this, Mike. They have to do a better job accounting for everybody in their coverages. They have to play their defense exactly according to the plan, because if not, this quarterback has enough weapons, he can spread the ball out and find the open space.
The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
By Jalen Carter, a 4-yard loss brings up 2nd and 14.
So, one touchdown apiece for our two teams. 7-7 on the board here at the break. As we send you up to Orlando for a check-in with Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, it's all yours. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Dolphins offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this 3rd quarter. Low-scoring game, all time. 3rd quarter, and a touchdown here could go a long way. See if they can get it on this drive. 1st and 10. Now Herbert. Looking middle there, but it's incomplete.
You hear quarterback coaches say it all the time. Let's get our guy easy completions. Well, that falls certainly into that category, Mike, but when you fail to connect on those, it just ends up being a wasted down.
They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. They'll run out of the gun. This is Mostert. And he'll be tackled up around the 45-yard line.
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
Herbert now on first down. And he finds Tyreek. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
You can see this connection is just starting really to pick up. They're seeing the game through the same set of eyes, and that is the job of the receiver. What is my quarterback expecting from me? Where does he want me? Be there on time, and it leads to big gains like this.
Here's a designed run. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's second down.
They went to the design quarterback run, and there just wasn't a lot of space for the quarterback to operate. You can see him kind of waiting for some of the blocks to develop. Never transpired. Didn't get a whole lot going. Short game.
Play action now. It's Herbert. You'll find Mostert out of the backfield.
There's a lot of ways to get the ball in the hands of your running backs, and it's not always by just handing it to them. In this case, it's a simple check down, picks up a good gain, brings up third down.
Here's third down and a few inches. They'll try and run it here. It's Achane. And they'll finally run him down, but he takes it inside the 10-yard line.
Man, how nice is it to have a guy like this? He's your backup running back, but he's kind of a change of pace. He's got that home run ability, and he showed it there. That was a heck of a run.
Ball sitting at the 7. First and goal. In motion comes Andrews. Shotgun now for Herbert. And he'll take it on in. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown, Dolphins. His second TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead.
That just feels like a big drive, doesn't it, Mike? Here in the second half, you got a tie ball game. Now you're able to get out in front. Let's see how this other team responds, having to play from behind.
We've got a ton of time, Greg, but a little momentum feel. Come out of the locker room, take the lead. Now it's up to the other team to climb uphill. So great way, perfect way to get this second half started. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Devontae Smith there to return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Eagles offense getting ready for their opening possession of this second half. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for first and 10. Off the RPO, they'll get it to Brown. And they will finally catch up to him and get him down.
And, Mike, I think as they try to find themselves clawing back in this game, they're going to have to make a concentrated effort here in the second half to continue to get him involved. Give him opportunities in space with the ball in his hand, and chances are, when he has it, good things happen.
A run with Barkley. He'll be taken down at about the 33-yard line. The safety, Justin Simmons, with the stop. Second and 7. From the shotgun, it's Burrow. That'll be taken in by Barkley. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
You get so caught up defending all of these weapons all over the field, and it's sometimes really easy to forget about the back. And in this case, the quarterback does a nice job just dropping the ball off in his check down, and he lets him do the rest.
A first down throw for Burrow. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down.
Sometimes it's those footsteps. I don't care how long you've been playing or at what level you've been playing at. And that defender's bearing down. You really get a good idea of what guys are willing to go through contact to secure a catch, and in this case, what guys are unwilling.
That's going to be incomplete, and the clock will stop. Likely one more play in this third quarter.
I got high standards for offensive players, but in this case, Mike, I think I'm giving all the credit to the defender. He timed that one up perfectly, and what could have been an easy play ends up as an incomplete.
Working out of the gun, Burrow. That one pulled in by Brown. And he'll be brought down on what will be the final act here in this third quarter. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's fourth down. Now, Burrow. And he's going to be hit and taken down. They got him with a big-time rush, and it will lead to a turnover on downs. In motion comes Andrews. This throw right side is caught by Hill. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the fourth quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative, just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
Now Herbert on the bootleg. He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throwaway.
Big-time opportune sack there by the defense. Mike, they're right on the cusp of field goal range. You can't allow this to become a two-possession ball game here in the fourth quarter. Massive third down coming up here. See if they can get off the field and get the ball back to their offense.
Throwing is Herbert on third down. That's taken in by Achane. And he's going to be out of bounds as the clock will stop. It would have stopped anyway as we've hit the 2-minute warning. So on fourth down, it's Jake Bailey to punt for the Dolphins, as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a fourth quarter lead. That's going to be out of bounds, no return, and the drive's going to start just inside the 20-yard line. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. And in motion is Brown. They'll drop to throw. Open man, Devontae Smith. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. The Eagles offense ready to get back to work. Here's second down and 3. Back to throw, Burrow. Firing right side, brought in by Brown. 17 yards on that play. First down, Philadelphia.
All right, this is a good start. Plays like these are definitely going to help as you work your way into scoring range. While you have to be wary of the clock and keep an eye on it, they should have plenty of time here to finish this drive.
He's close to a first down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. Here's second down. To throw is Burrow. Over the middle to his tight end, Goddard. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. Final minute, 1 timeout remaining, and it's 1st and 10. Burrow now. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. To throw is Burrow. And that could be the dagger. It's intercepted. Picked off by Justin Simmons. The defense still with all 3 timeouts at their disposal as the quarterback's down to a knee. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. Up. It's a win for the Dolphins. And it was their defense that led the way as they pitched a shutout in the second half. No points allowed, and they cruised to victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. The Dolphins, home winners here as we say farewell from South Florida. The address is 347 Don Shula Drive. In honor of the legendary coach, the stadium is Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. The veteran, Jason Sanders, ready to get us started. And off we go from South Florida. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. And in motion is Brown. He'll start on the ground with Barkley. And a nice run to start out. 6 yards on the first play of the game. Jackson now on second down. He's got the 2021 Heisman winner. That's Devontae Smith. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
This defense just gets punched in the mouth on that one, Mike, and it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in a hurry, because if they don't, they could be in for a long day.
On 1st and 10, Jackson. He fumbled the football. One of his teammates is there to pick it up.
Well, fortunately for this quarterback, Mike, thanks to the alert play by one of his teammates, they're going to prevent this from being a turnover. It's just so hard as the quarterback. You're trying to keep your eyes downfield. You're trying to keep the plays alive. You have to feel the rush. You have to understand when that clock's going off. That ball either needs to come out, or it certainly needs to be protected.
And he'll take this ahead for a gain of about 5, and here comes 3rd down. And in motion is Brown. On 3rd down, Jackson. Oh, got him again the second time with a sack on this opening drive.
This defensive line clearly has a beat on this offense. They've got to find a way to settle their pass protections. If they want to be able to get their quarterback in any sort of established rhythm and timing going forward, they're going to have to do a lot better job protecting them early in this game. That's already 2 sacks allowed.
And this one's going to land out of bounds as they'll mark it inside the 20. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. In motion comes Andrews. Herbert going to throw on this first play. He's got his tight end, Mark Andrews. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33. They'll motion over Metcalf. On 1st down, Herbert. This one is complete to DK Metcalf. He's close to a 1st down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. Now a run for the first time for the veteran, Raheem Mostert. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Now the offensive coordinator's got a decision on his hand, Mike. It was 2nd and 1. He decides to go with a conservative run. Gets stopped for no gain. He's in the exact same position now on 3rd down. Does he try to change it up, or does he just turn around and hand it off again?
He'll try to run it here with Mostert. And he's not going to get there again. Same player, same result. No gain, and now it's 4th down. So we've come to the end of a fairly evenly played opening quarter. What will the second quarter have in store? And we're back to South Florida after this. So that brings up fourth down. The veteran Jake Bailey called on to punt. And that's a nice job of getting to him, making sure that return was not going anywhere. The Eagles offense ready to get going with their second possession. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. That lane closes quickly. A pickup of 3. That's Bradley Chubb. They're on the stop. They face 2nd down and 7. They'll run the counter with Barkley. And he'll get 4 here, up to the 24-yard line. Here's a 3rd down and 4. And in motion is Brown. 3rd and short, Jackson. He's got a receiver. It's Chase. That's his first reception of the ballgame, and it really comes at a good time as they get the conversion on 3rd down.
I can't tell you, Mike, how many of these offensive skill players around the league, they look at man coverage as like a personal offense. After that last completion on the way back to the huddle, I think he had a few choice words for him. I think he said, hey, man, you can't guard me one-on-one. You better ask your coach for some help, because if he doesn't, you're going to be in for a long day.
And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's a 2nd and 6. Throwing Jackson. Right back to Brown. He's got it again. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. A couple of first downs, and the football's out to the 48-yard line as they come up 1st and 10. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down.
They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
And in motion is Brown. Off the play fake. Jackson into the familiar hands of Justin Jefferson. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. Jackson up top again. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
And on that third down, they thought an easy way to pick it up and get some positive yards would go to their quick game, but it didn't seem like the receiver and the quarterback were on the same page, and now brings up fourth down.
And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Dolphins offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. They were forced to punt first time they had it, but they'll try again in this scoreless game. It's 1st and 10. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. They'll motion the tight end Smith. Herbert now on 1st down. That's over the middle to the tight end, Andrews. Out comes Miami and the offense to get started on their next drive. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. Play action now. It's Herbert. Right back to Andrews. He's got another one. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
What a luxury that certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
Throwing on 1st down is Herbert. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Jalen Waddle, the intended target, and that will lead to a 2nd down. Herbert to the air again. And nice work after the catch. He stopped a little short of the 1st down marker, but it is a pickup of 9. Third and a yard. Throwing again, Herbert. He's got his tight end. That's Andrews. And he will have the 1st down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
When you decide to throw the ball on 3rd and 1, typically, Mike, what you're doing is you start from the top down. If you have the big shot downfield, take it. If not, the quarterback works through his progression, finds the medium target, picks up a 1st down.
Metcalf hauls in that one. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Again, they'll throw with Herbert. That's thrown right side, but incomplete.
It's one of those balls where the quarterback wishes there was a string. The second it came out of his hand, he wished he could just pull it back, because from the moment it left his hand, that looked like a sure interception, and the only reason it wasn't because the defender just flat out dropped it.
A 42-yard attempt.
Sanders' kick is good. And the Dolphins get 3 here late in the 1st half to take the lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
Final moments of this 1st half, kicking with the lead now, as this one is in the air. This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. The visitors' offense going to take over just before the half. The offense is a little slow to start percolating. 3-0 the score as they begin this drive with a 1st and 10. Here's Jackson. This is intercepted. Picked off by Justin Simmons. And he is going to bring this one back. A DB's dream. A pick-6 for touchdown. And the kick is good. So what a finish to this first half as they extend the lead. Pretty interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. Across the 20, they'll mark them down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The home team's offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. Their lead is 10. They go back to work, trying to add to it. It begins with first down. They'll start on the ground with Mostert. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
Throwing is Herbert on third down. He's got his man. It's Hill. First time they've looked his way all game long. He comes through with the grab and a first down.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Herbert now on first down. There's a short one caught by Andrews. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. In motion comes Andrews. That's an RPO quickly into the hands of Waddle. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down. You don't need much. It is 3rd and inches. Now Herbert again. He's got the hook up there to Waddle. They get 18 on that one. Good for a Dolphins first down.
Really nice call there on 3rd and inches. You have the defense thinking run, and then you hit them with the short pass, and the yardage you get after that is just gravy. They turn this into a nice play, and they pick up a first down.
Herbert to the air. Get about 4 here as he is taken down.
So there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel at. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
They'll motion over Metcalf. Shotgun now for Herbert. A throw left side there, not going to find the target. Incomplete.
I'm not sure if it's this big lead or if it's just this second half pressure getting to him, but that's just a careless throw by the quarterback. And don't let this lead fool you. Throws like that can change this game in an instant. And this defense knows they gave him one, and they let him off the hook.
And that is incomplete.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Dolphins will open up a 13-0 lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
So Sanders back out after making the field goal. He sends this one away. Here's Smith to return it. Nice job on the return. He's down close to the 35-yard line. The visitors' offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They find themselves down 13-0 here. As they try to get things started offensively, it's 1st and 10. Lamar going to work from the pistol. He is dangerous when a play breaks down. A pickup of 18.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
That's quickly out to Jefferson. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. Man in motion is Brown. So, 3 quarters now in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Second down, Jackson. He'll take a shot here for the end zone. That is caught. What a throw. A.J. Brown. Touchdown, Eagles. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting?
So, things a little more interesting now. Back to a 1-score game as they kick it away. Tyreek now to return it. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The home team's offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They work with a 6-point advantage as they start this drive on 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Herbert. Throwing it out wide, and Metcalf has it. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Now Herbert on the bootleg. Just trying to avoid the rush there. He's hit as he threw when the pass is incomplete.
The whole idea of the play-action pass, Mike, is that you can slow the pass rush down enough that it allows longer, slower developing pass concepts to open up downfield. But in this case, they were on him so fast that by the time he got his head around, that ball needed to come out. There was no timing and ultimately led in an incompletion.
He was trying to get it to Tyreek Hill there, and now it's 4th down.
When you get the ball in this situation, what you're looking to do is not only end the drive with a touchdown to put the game away, but you'd love to chew up some clock. So with that incomplete pass now likely putting an end to this series, that's a big opportunity for them to try to close this game out.
That's fielded at about the 18. And it'll be brought down, short return, and they'll take over there. The visitors' offense back onto the field for their next possession. The deficit, 6 points. So a touchdown here would be mighty nice for the offense. See what they can do on this drive. 1st and 10. Man in motion is Brown. On play action, here's Jackson.
Well, that scramble is ultimately going to end up short of the 1st down, Mike, but it's going to help quite a bit. That's a great job by the quarterback. Just taking what the defense gives you, get downfield, pick up good yardage.
On 2nd down, Barkley. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Well, this has been the story of the entire game, Mike, is just how well this defense has played, particularly against the run. There has been nowhere to operate for this offense, and it continued here on this last play.
Crowd noise rises. Big play here. 3rd and 1. Jackson now. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play.
1st down, Philadelphia.
They'll drop to throw. He'll find Chase. That's complete. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning.
It takes a certain guy in that slot position to be willing and able to go across the middle of the defense on those in-breaking routes. You can tell this guy, he doesn't care. He is fearless going across the middle, and he's able to secure a nice catch.
Jackson now on 2nd down. That one finds Chase. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
Well, it wasn't the most exciting throw of the day, but I want you to watch, Mike, is the suddenness of the route runner. Change of speed, change of direction. Those are the qualities of great route runners, and this guy's certainly one of them.
That's caught. It's the tight end, Dallas Goedert. So the Eagles will use their 1st timeout here. They get the stoppage with 65 seconds remaining. Plenty of time, plus 2 timeouts at their disposal. It's 1st and 10. In motion, it's Jefferson. Again, it's Jackson. And he'll go right back to Goddard. He's got it again. Now, 2nd and 4. Jackson up top again. That'll be taken in by Barkley. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a 1st down.
And an Eagle 1st down.
to the air one more time with Jackson. That one into the hands of Jefferson. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. They'll come up now for second down. Here's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their second. And they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in the ball game. Here's 2nd and 6. From the gun, Jackson. And he's brought down, but they are out of timeouts. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. And this is going to be a touchdown. A game-tying TD here in the final minute.
Just a tremendous finish to what's been a tremendous game, Mike. I mean, not only did they get that late touchdown here in the final stages, but here with time winding down, they're an extra point away from taking the lead and likely coming away with a big victory.
Now the Dolphins going to use the first of their timeouts. So, not home yet. Still a critical extra point here to break the tie. A critical extra point is up and good. They have taken a 1-point lead here in the late stages of this one. Just 1 second, all that remains in the football game as the kick is away. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he will not bring it out. It's a touchback, and this drive will begin at the 30-yard line. They'll come up for 1st and 10. Here we go. One final play. And he'll be brought down there, and that'll put a wrap on this one. Time has expired in this 4th quarter. So it's a win here for the visiting Eagles. They knew this would be a dogfight away from home, and they were right. But they come away with a hard-fought victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.
Welcome, football fans, to the birthplace of America, the city of brotherly love. The place where you'll find the best cheesesteak made in this country and some of the best football played inside of Lincoln Financial Field. That's going to be taken in at the 8. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. First play of the drive. Here's Mostert. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Zach Bond with the tackle. Just a gain of 1, and that brings up 2nd and 9.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
On target to Waddle. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. It's a gain of 12 there. And it'll be 1st down, Miami.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the passer. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. And when you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
Staying between the tackles with Mostert. He's descended upon quickly and dropped after it looks like a yard gain. Brought down by Jalen Carter. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9.
You know, Kate, I like to call these body blows. Body blows. You got to be committed to running the football. Even if it doesn't move the chains, I guarantee you that wear and tear will pay dividends later.
Herbert from the gun. And he's going to be touched down about 3 yards shy of the marker.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason. This is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Shotgun snap to Herbert. Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. A tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. He gets it complete to his man, Tyreek Hill. And he'll go out of bounds close to the 35-yard line.
There's no negatives ever on a grade sheet for a completion, but that's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. It's Herbert once more. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down.
Oh, that's like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Takes both to make it work. And defensively, you've got to have that pressure up front. That's peanut butter. And then you'd like to have some jelly. And that was almost a huge play with an interception.
Herbert to throw once more. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and he couldn't do it.
He finds him beyond the marker. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And the huge conversion gets them a new set of downs. All right, set now, 1st and 10. Tossing this out to Mostert. And he will take it in. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins finish up an excellent opening series. Raheem Mostert, the touchdown. Well, you couldn't ask for a better start to a game than that. The offense taking it all the way down the field and finishing with 6.
These opening drives, Kate, are such tone setters. It is why every offense loves to script their first 15 plays, right? Everybody knows what's coming. Allows you during the practice week to get into rhythm, but even better when you're that sharp, that crisp, and you finish off and get the early lead.
Sanders all set to send it away. Here's Smith on the return. This return makes it up to the 25. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They run it with Saquon Barkley. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Javon Holland there to make the stop. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
A humble 5 to 6-yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain. Not a game-changing play by any means. But one that keeps you on schedule and takes some of the starch out of that front 7.
On 2nd down, here's Barkley. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. And they can go ahead and stay in that huddle. We're at the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. We'll return to the link right after this. Ready now for our second quarter. The Eagles have the football. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. From the gun, Jackson. Completes this one to Jahan Dotson. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. It goes as a gain of 19 yards. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down.
Well, that's a game that has its roots in preparation during the week. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of stuff. Identifying ways to target the coverage and creating opportunities for big completions.
On 1st and 10, it's Jackson. Escapes the pocket. He's going to keep it this time. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. 1st down, here's Lamar. He's got Devontae Smith. And he'll get this inside the 10 to the 9. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. It's a pickup of 5, and that brings up 2nd and goal.
Fans love the long ball in baseball. It's like they got the home run derby, but you know what? Talk to managers, and they will tell you small ball can win too. Singles and doubles, you add them up, you could win a lot of baseball games. Football coaches will tell you get runs of that length. It may not be a home run, it may not score points, but it can do some serious damage.
Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. Jackson has it, 3rd and goal. And he scores. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles earn the chance to tie before halftime. A.J. Brown, the touchdown. Well, they definitely wanted to get that one out quick, Brock. They did just that, and it ends in 6.
We hear it all the time, but it is so true, Kate. This is a game about matchups. And when you see a throw that quick, it really was determined pre-snap. It was great design and tremendous execution.
That one right down the middle. And the Eagles respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. He fields it from the 8. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Now we're going to see the Dolphin offense for their second drive of the contest. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Connection made to Raheem Mostert. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down.
A play like this, that's exactly where you want to get him the ball. Right on the outside, where he's got the space and a lot more room to work.
Clock running. Dolphins will hurry to the line. Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. Gets this one to Andrews.
Just stay on schedule. Just stay on schedule, right? SOS. Bad thing on a ship. Good thing on a football field. Even a little completion keeps this offense on schedule.
8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. And he reaches midfield and starts driving into Eagles territory. Now the Dolphins call a timeout. It's their first. And they'll take a moment to ponder what the call is going to be on 3rd down. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, and that's going to get him across the marker and earn the 1st.
A split second, all that kept the defense from making a stand right there. It's amazing, man. This game of inches and split-second reactions. A nice bit of burst, surge forward for enough to go get that 1st by a couple before they could finally drag him down.
He's got Andrews. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And it'll be 1st down, Miami.
You'll often hear it said, in my life experience, it's true, the NFL is a game of matchups, so much more than any level. And these tight ends, we see it time and again, are such a matchup nightmare down the field.
Throwing on 1st is Herbert. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Got the one-on-one they wanted, Brock, on that slant, but just not enough to get the completion.
Yeah, you got to create separation. We all love the slant route. It can be super effective, but you got to beat press. You got to beat jam. You got to beat off man, and you got to create separation so there's not that bang-bang impact to knock the ball loose like that.
Quick slant taken in by Waddle. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Jesse Bates getting up for the stop that time. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Herbert throwing again. Metcalf there to bring it in. And he's able to take this one down to the 25.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL, everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot as you end up just short on that 3rd down?
4th down, and on comes Jason Sanders for the Dolphins field goal. This 42 yards from the right hash. Aubrey puts it through. There's a flag down, and if this is defensive, could give him a 1st down. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Sanders all set to send it away. Has this at the 6. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Now for the 2nd time this game, we're going to look at the Philly offense. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Stopped by one of the league's best tacklers, Roquan Smith. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. From the 31. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. That pass complete to Goddard. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
You want to start a good debate sometime, Kate? Go in an NFL locker room and ask which position is the best athlete. The big guys, the left tackles will tell you it's them. The corners will tell you it's them. But I'll tell you what, these tight ends of today, the way they can run, break tackles, and get in the open field, they truly are some of the best athletes on the team.
1st down throw for Jackson. That's caught. It's Saquon Barkley. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And that's good for an Eagles 1st down.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once. I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back. I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job, but I just showed you I could do yours.
Taken in by Smith. And they haul him down just a foot or 2 shy of the red zone. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down.
It takes a certain level of fearlessness, craziness to work over the middle of the field in this league. You're fighting through guys as you go, and all the while you know you could take a lick at any time.
Throwing now on 1st down, it's Jackson. That's Jefferson, he's got it. And they get this down to the 7-yard line. 14 yards on a nice play there, and it gives them 1st and goal.
As quarterback, when you have an out route versus man coverage, you're just hoping and just praying your offensive guy could turn the hips of that defender. And once you see that, you got to cut it loose and let it go, just as they did right there.
Jackson yet again. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And they're headed in reverse after that sack.
Oh, 1st and goal, you take a sack. I got nothing good to say about that. So let me flip it over on the other side where you got everything good to say. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to get them behind the sticks. You want to knock them backwards. And now you put a whole lot more pressure on that offense to respond.
Option play. They give it to Barkley. And he'll take this only to about the 11 before going down. Only 3 yards. They're going to need a much bigger play than that on a lengthy 3rd and goal.
Well, you haven't given up the goal line yet, but this offense is moving closer and closer. Now might be the time defensively to get a little more aggressive. Try to stick them with the loss and make a difficult 4th down decision.
Here he is on 3rd and long. He brings it in. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play.
the end of the third
Now they'll get some time to mold this decision. They'll have 4th and goal after the break. It's the Eagles in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is reachable. A lot of pressure on this kick for Jake Elliott. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And in the 4th quarter, that's going to tie the game.
And we're barely into this quarter, Kate, and already a tied game, a whole new game. Starting from this point, every single possession will be a premium.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. His return starts at the 5. He's stopped on the return at the 27. The Dolphins offense ready to go as they take the field. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. The drive begins with a run for Mostert. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
I think this is the part where they run away, Kate. As in run away from that monster. He's just too strong a presence to try to block them inside, and that time, it cost them some yards.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Herbert now off the play fake. Connects on the crosser. They touch him down, but a great pickup, and it's good for a 1st.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Herbert on 1st down. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
Yeah, this game, you just can't make it harder than it needs to be. Just get the catch first. Guarantee your yards, and then worry about escaping defenders after the catch.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. On the play fake, it's Herbert. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Trying to connect with Tyreek Hill there. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Can't cover it much better than that. Really well covered, Kate, on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Back to throw it. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. He was looking DK Metcalf's way there. And that brings up 4th and long.
Defender's not going to be thrilled the catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little jawing after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up and cost him that catch.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And he's brought down before the return gets far. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And the Eagles will take possession. Now the Eagle offense headed back out to the field. They managed 3 on their last drive, but down inside the red zone, disappointing not to come away with a touchdown. They're out and set, 1st and 10. From the gun, Jackson. He's throwing deep to the left side. He's got it deep downfield. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles take a 4th quarter lead. It's a Justin Jefferson touchdown. So sensational work by the skill man there, Brock. Anytime you can make your quarterback look that good, you know he appreciates it.
That's a quarterback's best friend, no question. But on the other side, gosh, defensively, you got to get that skill player down. Period, end of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
it. All set for the kickoff. Starting from the 5. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. The Miami offense headed out there now. Still time to go, Brock, but that touchdown has them down now 7. They've got to find the end zone here. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They motion the tight end over. 1st and 10, Herbert. Short pass brought in. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
You know, they really love that drag route because he's one of those guys that count on not only to make the catch, but create after the catch. If they don't close on him quickly, he can add a lot of yards before someone tracks him down.
First and 10, here's Herbert. Finds his man, Waddle. That play goes for 19 and a new set of downs.
Well, that one was drawn up and delivered beautifully, efficiently. If it's not circled on the call sheet already, you better believe it is now.
New set of downs for him from the 46. Back to throw. And this one's dropped for what would have been a nice game.
Oh, that drop is such a bummer because it ruins the payoff of such a well-designed play, Kate. Got the man open, beat the coverage, then you got to go finish it. You got to go make that catch. I will say, keep that one in mind. They could revisit that play in the future.
Here he is to throw. Completes this one to Hill. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. Now the Dolphins call a timeout. It's their first. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting that first. Setting up to pass. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down. He'll look to throw it. It's caught Metcalf. And he's going to be tackled, but still all the way down to the 6. They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. A play fake. Now Herbert to throw. And that one's incomplete, but boy, are they lucky it wasn't intercepted. That was a risky shot, but fortunately, they still have 2nd down coming up.
Well, that's not the uniform you want to see almost bringing it in. They are so fortunate to have another shot down here after the near pick.
So the incompletion on first. Here's 2nd and goal. Herbert to throw once more. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up 3rd down.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
So now, here's 3rd and goal. Looking to throw it. Has it down close. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
3 plays haven't gotten it done. Now a 4th to try to reach that end zone. Here he is to throw. That's incomplete on 4th down, and they'll turn over possession. He can't find the end zone. They stop him, and they'll still trail as they turn it over on downs. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Barkley trying this up the gut. And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Going to be 2nd down. The Dolphins choosing to spend their final timeout here. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They go to Barkley again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Call it 1 yard there. So consecutive 1-yard runs brings up 3rd and 8.
As an offense in these situations, Kate, you could feel your own goal line, and you're not going to risk putting the ball in the air. So that means you're going to run it, and you're going to buy whatever breathing room you can.
So beneath a chorus of fly, Eagles fly. It's a win for the Eagles. This is the type of game everyone was hoping they'd see when they entered this stadium, Brock, you and I included. A close one that went all the way down to the final whistle.
And, Kate, this is one of the bigger adjustments a college player has to make to the NFL. In college, you get a lot of blowouts. The NFL, every game you get calloused because you know more often than not they'll be like this, a one-possession game. It's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish.
So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. The Eagles are winners as we say so long from Philadelphia.
It's the NFL on EA Sports as you take a look there at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, PA. Here's the kicker, Jake Elliott, ready to get this one started. And off we go from Lincoln Financial Field. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. They'll send the tight end in motion. First carry for Raheem Mostert. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. You often say that sort of opens the playbook now, 2nd and short. What do you think, early shot here?
I like where you're going. Obviously, we've been together for a while because you know me. I want to take that shot early and loosen things up.
Now a 2nd and 2. Herbert off of play action. He completes that to Garrett Wilson. That one a first down pickup of 8.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
From the shotgun, here's Herbert. That ball caught. It's Mark Andrews, the tight end. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. Give him 15 yards on that one, and the Dolphins have a first down.
Well, I think when they look at their offense, they think to themselves, weapons, weapons everywhere, and they want to move the ball around. They want to spread it to different people. But you absolutely know they want to get this man involved as well, and that's what they just did on that play.
Here's Herbert. Oh, looking for Waddle, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Pat Surtain. And the Eagles are going to take over at their own 30-yard line. Smith, the man in motion left. After the interception, here's Jackson. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
Not too many things get to a quarterback of this magnitude, but I think it's safe to say that pressure can get to any quarterback.
Now, he's obviously a great franchise quarterback, but felt the pressure, threw it incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. They run with a dangerous Saquon Barkley. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1.
That was a good run, probably right on the edge of breaking into something really big. So the defensive guys right now are talking about, okay, what can we do to slow him down before he truly gets started?
Smith in motion right. And he'll get it here on the touch pass. And he brings this up to the 46, good enough for the first. They get 6 on the pickup there as the drive continues.
And this is just a little touch pass. They send the receiver in motion, just kind of tap it forward to him. Now, it doesn't turn into a huge play, but they do pick up a first down, a nice, consistent gain.
They go play action with Jackson. That's caught by the big tight end, Dallas Goedert. And he's got this down to the 35. And the play goes for 19 yards. Gives him a new set of downs.
So much goes into a successful play, doesn't it? How about that play action there? Freezing the defense just enough to bring the tight end free downfield for the completion.
Now it's Jackson. He delivers another to Goddard, complete. That's good for a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd down. Really been an ideal start for them. They get the turnover on the opening possession. Now here they are moving the ball straight down the field on their first drive.
And that feels good, but you know on their side of the field all they're thinking is finish this drive off because they took it away, right? So now you've got them back on their heels a little bit. Now go down, put a touchdown on them. Look out. You've won the mental battle early in the game, and that may carry over for you.
They'll wind up losing 3 here on the play. 3rd and 7 now. And forget about the run to set up the pass. They're just coming out throwing.
Forget trying to set anything up. They feel like they have the advantage. They feel like they have the matchups, and they're just attacking right now.
Yep, going to the air on the opening drive. To throw again is Jackson. Escapes the sack. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
Well, that's a defensive coordinator's got to be happy with that result. They took away all options downfield and forced the incompletion.
So on comes the Eagle kicker, Jake Elliott, on 4th down. This is a 49-yard attempt, right hash. The kick by Elliott is good. And the Eagles, they take a 3-0 lead. So an opening drive field goal maybe doesn't whip this crowd into a frenzy, but I think that they will take the early lead.
There's no doubt about it. They will always take the early lead, and maybe that celebration comes later if they play well and they can break things open. But right now, this is all about letting the offense just get settled in.
After the field goal, here's Elliott to kick it away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. So Miami coming out for their second drive. They threw an interception the first time they had the football, only gave up 3 points off of that, so it shouldn't be a difficult hole to overcome.
It really shouldn't, as long as they're not listening to the chatter coming from the other side, because when you throw a pick, look, I know defensive backs, they have a tendency to be a little bit loud after they take one away. But they also have a tendency to gamble a little bit more, thinking they'll get a second one. Maybe they can take advantage of that with some double moves.
And that's going to be knocked away and incomplete. And with it, time has expired on the first quarter. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. It's Dolphins football here as we begin the second quarter. An incomplete pass leads to 2nd and 10 from the 25. They'll run. Here's Devon Achane. And able to stay on his feet past the 30 to about the 33-yard line. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1.
And that's the kind of run that gets everyone excited on offense. And, you know, oftentimes the guys who carry the ball are the ones in the huddle doing the chirping. Right now, I think it's the offensive line telling them, run it again. We are right there about to break a big one.
Herbert now. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have the Dolphins first down as they get 5 there on 3rd and 2.
Well, we always hear about the connections some quarterbacks have with certain receivers. I think this guy has a connection with just about everyone. Didn't mind throwing it in there against double coverage to him.
Shows some confidence, supreme confidence.
Big-time confidence that he would make the play for him, and he did.
And that play is blown up, losing yardage back at the 35. And despite the completion, they're going to wind up losing 3 there. 2nd down.
Well, Brandon, we could see that play developing, and they were hoping that he was going to be able to put a move on the first guy and turn it into a big play. But no such luck. The speed on defense continues to get better and better in the NFL. Pretty nice example there of those guys being able to run from their assignments and finish off that play.
And he'll get positive yardage there as he'll be touched down.
Slant route's effective no matter who's running the route and catching the ball. But when you have a receiver of that stature, you have to be a little bit more precise throwing it. You don't have the same catch radius with the bigger targets.
3rd and 5. Out of the gun, Herbert. And that is incomplete.
One first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
Jake Bailey on now to punt here on 4th down. Saquon Barkley deep to return. And he couldn't get it to check up. That kicks all the way into the end zone for a touchback. So back onto the field, here come the Eagles for their second drive. And they split the uprights last time for 3. They've got the lead. They're not going to play this conservative. They're not hoping for another field goal. They're hoping for a touchdown.
I'm with you on that one. I like where your head is. I like the way you're thinking because you're exactly right. Trying to sit on a lead and play that way, that doesn't work too well for most teams. Run your offense. Run what you do best. Exactly. Put it all the way down and try and increase your lead in a big way. And the best way to do it, touchdowns.
Jackson. He'll get this one complete. That's A.J. Brown. And he's going to get this one across the 30-yard line. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down.
Well, this is where reading defenses and practice time comes into play. You've got to know what you're running versus zone versus man and how to run the proper route. And they just executed that one pretty well.
Here's Jackson. And he'll get this underneath, dropping it off for Barkley. Loose inside the 30. Saquon Barkley. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley, 68 yards. And the Eagles are able to extend their lead. Well, on that long touchdown, look, the pass was fine, but it was short. What Saquon did after the catch, that's impressive.
And that's just demoralizing if you're on the defensive side of the ball, too, because if he catches a short one, that's your opportunity to tackle him, put him on the ground, and get up for the next down. Instead, he makes a move, he makes people miss, he runs through tackles, he spins, he jukes, and he continues to run, because once he gets into the open field and turns it loose, he can fly.
Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away. And he takes this near the 25, just a little pass there, call it the 26. The Dolphins offense now working their way back onto the field. And Charles, we'll see what they can do here. Not a ton of time left, but enough certainly to get points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp and at least one practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming second down play. The Dolphins offense now ready to go back out onto the field. Nothing for them yet from an offensive standpoint, down 10-zip as they come up 1st and 10. Work to be done here on 2nd and 16 after the sack. They'll bring one of the tight ends in motion left. Justin Herbert looking to pass. Oh, this is intercepted, intended for Hill. Picked off by Fred Warner. And they have the football and will set up shop at the 33-yard line. So now a fresh set of downs, 1st and 10 after roughing the passer. A shotgun snap for Herbert. That one caught by Tyreek Hill. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. That'll be a pickup of 10 as they try to recover from this 10-point deficit.
A promising sign there from an offense that hasn't done a whole lot to this point. Nice job to locate the open receiver. And it's good yardage and a first down to open the drive.
That's going to be caught by Waddle. The Dolphins going to take their second timeout as they'll stop it with 40 seconds remaining in this first half. A 1st and 10 here, and you know, if they could just get 3 out of this, something about whittling it to a one-score game at half that might provide a psychological boost. Here's Herbert. A short throw caught by Andrews. Defensively, a solid response after giving up back-to-back first downs.
They gave up the completion there, but this is what zone defenses count on. Catching the ball and not much run after the catch.
2nd down and 8. To the air again, Herbert. And he'll get this into the hands of Hill, complete. And he'll take this into the end zone. Now, hold on here. We do have a flag down. So let's see what this is about. They'll come up now on a 2nd and long after the hold. Back to throw here, Herbert. And he'll go right back to Andrews. Now a timeout. 7 seconds left in the first half. What do they have for this? 3rd and 11. Herbert throwing again. Sideline throw, it's complete. And a nice job there of keeping the toes in bounds.
Now that's going to be a tough one to explain when they get together and watch the game film, isn't it? I mean, they had the right call, had the out route. He's got to know where the first down sticks are, yet he steps out of bounds that close. Not their best play.
Sanders' kick is good, and that will do it for this first half. First half in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. So the Eagles with the lead, and they're going to get this football first as the third quarter gets underway. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. The Eagles ready to go on offense to begin quarter number 3. And Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more, because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it. But I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities. And I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them in the locker room at halftime.
It'll be a gain of just a yard, and that will bring up 2nd down.
And there's a completion to the tight end. And look at the size of these players nowadays. At that spot, 6'4", 6'5", and up. A lot of guys used to be basketball players, somehow came back to football. And that's really good for the game of football. You're getting better athleticism, great hand-eye coordination, guys who know how to control their bodies when they run their routes.
To the right side and complete to Jefferson. They go play action now. Jackson, blitz coming, and down he goes. The sack there by Roquan Smith.
That'd be exactly what they were looking for coming out to start the third quarter. Get a sack, get off the field, get the momentum going in their direction.
Get the ball back to your offense, right? Get that momentum because, hey, this lead is very, very slim. The Eagles send out their punter now as he's on to punt for the first time this afternoon. Now Hill to return it. Breaks a tackle. Call that a 41-yard punt, 6 yards on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. So here are the Dolphins now. They get ready for their first possession of the second half. We have not seen much on offense here from either side these last few drives. We've hit a wall, so to speak.
And have hit it hard, haven't we? Because the defenses right now, they seem to be a step ahead, don't they? Beating them to the point of attack, beating them to the punch. These offensive guys, they're tinkering like crazy. What's it going to take to get back on track?
Yeah, both sides searching for adjustments. So they'll, of course, decline the pass interference there and wisely take the yardage.
And I think defensively he's saying, I was getting away with that in the first half. Why are you making that call now? But to me, that one was pretty easy to see. I don't understand what he's upset about. I think it was the correct call.
Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 44. A run with Mostert up the middle to about the 48-yard line.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Now a 2nd and 6. Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. He's got his man. It's Andrews. And he gets this inside the 35-yard line. 19 yards there on the catch and run.
But when you hit him on the move like that, and he's able to get into open field with a full head of steam, oh, boy, it's going to be tough to get him down.
Yeah, there was a big window. They're lucky they did get him down.
We couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, one-score game. 1st and 10 here. Up the middle they go with Mostert.
And he'll be brought down at the 27-yard line. He'll get a nice chunk there on the first down run, and it's 2nd and 4.
He hadn't had a ton of success here so far, but you get the feeling that he might be on the verge of popping one.
Yeah, even on that one, there was a little bit of a hole, but it closed there quickly at the end.
Ball on the 27. Here's a 2nd and 4.
In motion goes the tight end. Now it's Herbert. Oh, this is intercepted, intended for Hill. And the Eagles are going to get the football here at their own 23.
Herbert's pass intercepted. The Eagles take over 1st and 10.
Here's Jackson to throw. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Calais Campbell finding his way home for the sack. And no matter what the situation, the O-line just hates that because they feel like they didn't protect little brother back there, right?
Man, that's just so difficult for them because just think about every single play. When you decide to throw the football, you're dealing with some of the best athletes on the planet. You talk about guys, if they weren't playing football, they'd be starring in the NBA at power forward. It's a really difficult task.
They showed off a nice juke of the defender before the next wave could bring him down. They'll wind up getting 10 back there as it'll leave them with a 3rd and 5. 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And welcome back. We are in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. The Eagles on 3rd down. Just 1 for 3 thus far. This will be 3rd and 5. To throw is Jackson. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as he's able to get 8 yards there on 3rd and 5.
And that pickup of a first down, that's going to leave a mark because they really needed to stop them there, didn't they?
So frustrating. Defensively, you're a play away from getting that football back here down late. Tough.
Now they've got to find a way to create a turnover or takeaway. Otherwise, this one will probably get away from him.
And he's got it up over the 40 to the 41. It'll be a pickup of 5 on the keeper. It's 2nd down. The 4th quarter here, they've got the lead. They want to keep it on the ground. That's what they're doing.
Smart football. Keep the clock grinding. Keep it going. But you got to figure now, they're going to see more people stacked up at the line of scrimmage as they try and bleed it out.
Well, everybody was up there ready at the line of scrimmage, CD, but no snap, and the delay of game ensued.
Yeah, and I'm sure their head coach is asking the exact same thing. What's going on out there? Almost like they thought they had more time than actually was on the clock.
So the delay of game penalty moves it back 5. That makes it 2nd and 10. Smith will come in motion right. Jackson.
Complete. Jefferson the target.
And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
And these guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the 4th quarter.
And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. Play action. Now Jackson. Sideline throw, it's complete. And a nice job there of keeping the toes inbounds.
Let's make this one simple. What a catch, especially the finishing part of getting his feet in bounds, toe tapping, and of course, foot dragging.
Little tapestry, if you will.
Oh, I like it.
They go back to the ground now with Barkley.
And he will get enough for a first down, and that will lead us to the 2-minute warning. Five points of contact necessary at this stage as he'll run on first down.
And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go. So they come up on second down, and they can get another run like we just saw. Would likely put an end to this thing. Again, it's Barkley. And they'll be inside the 25 now at the 24. The Dolphins going to take their second timeout. That'll leave them with just one remaining in this fourth quarter of play. So a solid run by Saquon Barkley and another 1st and 10 here. They'll try and run some clock here as they keep it on the ground. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2. Now the Dolphins will use the last of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming second down play. A handoff, Barkley running left.
And that should do it. He's got a first down. And the Eagles, they can run it out from here.
I like a guy who understands the situation. I also like a guy who you look at him and you say, that looks like a guy who knows the coach is going to say, guess what? You drop this one, you'll be carrying around the training facility for an entire week.
Maybe flashback to high school or college, carrying it around campus, right?
The old gauntlet drill, right? Anyone get the ball out while he's sitting in class and bring it back to the coach? He's in big trouble.
Down to a knee goes Jackson, and that should seal it.
I don't know about you, partner, but watching them take the knee there and finish this one off, I feel like I'm going to be sore tomorrow. This was one bruising affair. Low scoring, but my kind of football.
Not a work of art, but maybe in your world, a little bit of a work of art. You like the defensive side.
I thought it was pretty. I can't help myself. I thought it was pretty.
And it ends in a kneel down as the clock rolls down to zeros.
Well, obviously, Charles, this was by no means an offensive track meet. I mean, the defenses were the story in this ball game. But, hey, they got enough points to get the job done. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
You're absolutely right about that, partner. In such a low-scoring game, it completely changes everything you had planned to do out there. Fortunately for them, they got just enough scoring to bring home the win. And in this type of a game, to play their defense, that became one of their biggest keys.
So that'll do it for us. For my partner, Charles Davis, and all the hard-working men and women on our crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL right here on EA Sports. The Eagles are winners here as we say so long from Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is known for having some very vocal fans, and nearly 70,000 of them are letting their voices be heard already. Welcome inside Lincoln Financial Field. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. He stopped on the return at the 27. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. I'll start on the ground with Gibbs. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. You even rip through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Completed over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. Eagles with an extra man in the secondary for this 3rd down. Herbert from the gun. Pass taken in by St. Brown. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Sure showed off some mobility on that play. Got outside the pocket and easily found an open man.
And the Lions, 1st down.
New set of downs for him at the 38. On 1st down, it's Gibbs. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Brought down by Fred Warner. Halfway there on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine. And that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost, and he busts those tackles.
Shotgun snap to Herbert. St. Brown there to bring it in. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. The end result there, 15 yards and a 1st.
The analytics will tell you a handful of these kind of plays per game, and your odds per drive of scoring go way up.
Here's 1st and 10 from the 42 as this opening drive continues. Here's Herbert. That's St. Brown working the sideline, complete. That's 16 on the pickup. And that'll be 1st down. Nick Sirianni going to have the officials look at this one again. He's throwing that challenge flag.
It was such a privilege for me to watch Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne in person in Indianapolis do their work. Darrell Jackson out in Seattle. They showed how great a deep out is as a chain-moving play. It's all about getting that leverage at the top of the route and then exploiting the leverage as that ball arrives on time downfield.
Quite the opening drive they put together, partner. New set of downs all the way down to the 25. Throwing on 1st is Herbert. And the catch is made. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions finish up an excellent opening series. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the touchdown. Well, whether he stays the go-to guy the entire game remains to be seen, Brock, but no doubt about it on that opening drive. He was the star. Bunch of catches and a touchdown to begin this one.
Yeah, Kate, I think it's twofold. Number one, this guy, you just know, you want to get that engine started because when it revs hot, big things happen for this offense. Number two, you felt like there were people there you could pick on defensively. In this defense, you better find some answers for this playmaker.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. He stopped on the return at the 27. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Jackson looking to throw right away. And his game will begin with an incomplete pass.
Hey, I know nobody's perfect, and all you have to do is listen to me and how many words I screw up. But you certainly expect those throws of that length to be 100%. They've got to be borderline automatic in this offense.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Lamar now from the gun. This one snagged by Dallas Goedert. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. They gain 14 on the play. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
The smartest pass catchers I've ever been around, they know how to set up an outcut beautifully. They recognize when they have leverage, how to sell the deep route, and then boom, they just break it out as if it's nothing.
First down, here's Lamar. This one finds Goddard. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks.
Just about every defensive coordinator worth his salt says two things in every production meeting. Number one, well, we got to stop the run. And number two, we got to take away the tight end. Well, good luck doing that. Defending a big guy who can move like that, it's a lot easier to talk about than to go out and execute.
First down, a run with Barkley. And he gets this one down to the 30-yard line. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2.
That does not show up on any explosive stat sheet, but let me tell you, Kate, that's the real deal right there. You run for that kind of yardage consistently in the NFL, you do set yourself up for success.
Here's another carry for Barkley. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. We will not get another play in here. That's going to do it for quarter number 1. 7-0 is our score. We'll return to the link right after this. Ready now for our second quarter. The Eagles have the football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. As a man, Justin Jefferson. And they'll bottle this up after a 4-yard gain. That was a Fatu Melifonwu there to make the play. Second and 6 coming up here. Shotgun snap to Jackson. And he has it in the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles finish off their opening drive. A.J. Brown, the touchdown. All right, partner, what do you think? Was that a design read, or did he just see space and he was reacting more on the old quarterback instinct there?
Yes. I think yes on both of them, and that play happens so fast that it really is instincts on both sides.
That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles start off well to tie things 7-7. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. And in the end, Brock, an exciting touchback as the return comes out to the 30. So the Lions headed out for their second drive of the game. They really have the passing game clicking on that last touchdown drive, partner. We'll see if they stick with that or if they mix things up a bit on this series. 1st and 10 now from the 30. Off the gut they go with Gibbs. And have him gain up about a handful there. C.J. Gardner-Johnson there on the tackle. First down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
This is a guy who, man, when he is in a group, when he is feeling it, you're just not going to bring him down with an arm tackle. You better buckle up. You need a textbook tackle on this guy. Wrap, grab some cloth, and drive him to the ground with all you got.
Here's 2nd and 5. This one's taken in by Hill. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. That one ends up a gain of 6. And that gives the Lions the first.
That pitch and catch won't show up as a big play on the stat sheet, but it gives his own defense a little time to rest. It gives an offensive coordinator a new set of downs to work with.
Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. Complete to DK Metcalf. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Sending the tight end in motion left. From just shy of midfield on 2nd down. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. This is a guy who's used to embracing contact, Brock. Usually makes catches in spite of it, but I guess it's tough for anybody to make a play every time.
Yeah, I think these tight ends today, Kate, spend as much time in the old ice bath as just about anybody. And when you don't make that catch and you take the contact, well, that stings like the first seconds in the ice.
And they're going to bring him down just as we've come up to the 2-minute warning. A 70-yard pickup, and it moves the chains.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, with out routes or in routes just like that.
St. Brown's got it, complete. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be 1st down, Detroit. It's Herbert once more. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Herbert to throw once more. Completes this one to Hill. And they get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. From the red zone now. And in for the Detroit touchdown. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
Point after, up and good from Bates. And the Lions break that tie and now lead by 7. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Here's Smith on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Eagles about set to get going for their 2nd drive. Not a whole lot of time left for them to put something together here before the break. A little less than 30 seconds to go as they begin this drive. On 1st and 10, it's Jackson. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. The Eagles setting out their offense one last time in the first half. They'll have to be quick about anything they want to do here. We're just moments away from halftime. Second and 3 now. From the 34. He'll get this one to Brown. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. That's going to pick up the first down after a gain of 26. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. Jake Elliott out to put up 3 for the Eagles. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Well, Brock, barring the touchback, this kickoff should run out the half, so better make that return good as it's away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. The Lions getting one more series here before halftime. And they may not be able to take an ease safely this close to the goal line. Might need to run a play to end this half. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. He's back to throw. This is going to fall down the whole way to the turf and complete. So we finished 2 quarters. A couple more to come after this short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports after this. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Returning it from the 4. He stopped on the return at the 27. Philadelphia has its offense out to start this third quarter. They'll try to get that ground game established better than they did in the opening half, Brock. See if they can attack that deficit. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Motion man left is Brown. On 1st down, Jackson. He's on the move. He's keeping it.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
2nd and 3 now. Now it's Lamar. Jefferson brings it in on the slant. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. That one gains 7. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down. Going to go with Barkley on the counter. And he's brought down for a loss.
You know, Kate, during draft season, I was talking to an NFL GM, and he said, you know what, in time, we're going to realize tackles for loss are just as big a deal as sacks. Sacks get so much of the popularity. Tackles for loss, when you knock that offense backwards, I promise you, in time, we'll be keeping a closer eye on plays like that one.
Here's 2nd and 11. Escapes the pocket. He's running with it. And he'll be brought down after getting it to the 47-yard line. They get 13 on the pickup. And that's good for an Eagles 1st down.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a first down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
He's got Brown on the slant. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play.
Well, he saw his guys pick up the blitz. Well, he felt them pick it up anyway if he wasn't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them and the group up front to find somebody to get a completion, so that effort up front wasn't in vain.
2nd and 3 now. Now here's Lamar. That's caught. It's Saquon Barkley. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
Translatable skills. That's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open field.
They're set up at the 35 now. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3.
Hey, not a bad play by any means, but there's room for more, and they know it.
Second down now, 7 to go. From the gun, Jackson. Finds him over the middle. And he's down inside the red zone before hitting the deck. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down. Into the hands of Jefferson, complete. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Three-quarters in the books from this one. It's the Eagles in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is reachable. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They'll go from the gun with Barkley. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Looking to throw. And he has it in the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles take a 4th-quarter lead. It's a Devontae Smith touchdown. Exactly the play they were looking for, Brock. They saw it, and he put it right on the money.
Yeah, it really was a perfect play. This is what it looked like in practice, but more importantly now to get it done in game time, that's what you're looking for. Amazing when it all comes together.
That one right down the middle. And the Eagles push their lead to 3. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Has this at the 6. He's stopped on the return at the 27. The Lions offense returning to the field. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Herbert. They didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Back to the air, Herbert. Got his target. It's Hill. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first.
The goal of running that drag route was to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
Here we go, third and less than a yard. They give to Gibbs on the option. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Just a single yard, but that's going to be enough to move the chains.
That is your old school meat and potatoes call right there. Don't even think about throwing it. Just rush it ahead and get what you need.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. First and 10, here's Herbert. Short pass brought in. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. Second down now, 7 to go. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground. Back to throw it. Into the hands of Gibbs. And he's brought down beyond the marker. So a first down for them as we've hit the 2-minute warning. That's good for 7 yards. And that gives the Lions the first.
Hey, Kate, they don't rightly care who it's going to go to in that situation. All they really care about are the results on third down. And that's exactly the result they needed. Enough to keep this drive moving.
Pass complete to Gibbs. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
Lions really moving with a sense of urgency. Clock keeps running. They send the tight end in motion. Completed over the middle. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. That play goes for 8 yards, and it keeps this drive moving.
There's no question the greatest concern there was just getting the first down. You want a high percentage throw, and you're not really concerned about big yards. Well, the drag route was perfect. He comes open in the short field. It's easy to zip that throw right in there and reset those chains.
He goes back to him yet again. Complete. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. Back to throw. This one's taken in by Hill. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Detroit calls timeout. It's second. Still one more in their pocket to use. To the line for a new set of downs. Only a lone timeout at their disposal. Here he is to throw. Caught by his back. And this one does not go far.
Kate, I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. But one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league.
On the move, headed right. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. Clock is at 3 seconds, and we've got a timeout because 3 points is all that's needed to force that overtime frame. So they're going to go ahead and call timeout here. Only 3 seconds left in the game. An important attempt coming up here for Jake Bates. From the right hash, about 45 yards out. The kick is good. He got it. And in the final moments, they force overtime. Well, Brock, 4 quarters couldn't decide a winner. And now we're set up for an exciting conclusion to this contest. Overtime is coming up next. Now hopefully this conclusion will be just as exciting as our opening 4 quarters. The kick is away here in overtime. Return coming from the 6. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. Ball at the 33 for first down. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. All right, here we go. Second down.
It's a loss of a yard. Brings up second and 11 at the 31-yard line.
Shotgun snap to Jackson. He'll get this to Jefferson. And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the first.
Boy, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
Third and a lone yard coming up. It's a design boot. Finds him on the crossing route. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a 23-yard pickup on the play. And that's a Philadelphia first down.
You know these teams, they track every step of their players. Many of them wear GPS units in their uniform to track how much mileage. I don't care what the stat sheet said of how long that gain was. That dude ran a long way, all the way across the field, but it paid dividends.
And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. Big gain, 14 on the play. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
You know, I often say there is a fine line between aggressiveness and carelessness. And when you throw into double coverage, well, it can go either way. That time, a tremendous catch by his receiver on the other end.
Again, it's Jackson to the air. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Motioning him from the slot right. Jackson's going to throw again. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's short of the first after a mile gain. And the Lions sinking pass here. Dime package, third down coming up. Looking to throw it. He has the first over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Four downs now to get in. Here's first and goal. Slot man in motion left. Lamar throwing again. That's into the hands of Barkley. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Well, Brock, I think you and I both saw that one coming together from up here, and it became clear pretty quickly that if they got things going. That one could go the distance.
Yeah, the 6 points earned on any screen pass touchdown. I'd give half a point to the sell job of a quarterback, half a point to the effort of the running back, but 5 of those points to the big guys in front of them. They're the most important ones out there on that play, and in the best of times, they clear lane for a touchdown just like that one.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. He's got a lane up past the 30. They'll begin from the 36 as the returner's brought down. The offense headed out now for Detroit. Good field position for the Lions here as they head up to the line. 1st and 10. Now he gets a shot here in overtime. Metcalf there to bring it in. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Herbert from the gun. Completes this one to Hill. And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. That one gains 7. And that'll be 1st down, Detroit. Detroit calls timeout. It's 2nd. And that'll leave them with just 1 remaining in overtime. First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Herbert now. That's complete to Sam Laporta. They gain 14 on the play. And that gives the Lions the 1st.
Kate, if there was one throw in the game plan that kept me up at night more than any other, it was an out route versus zone coverage. Because you got to throw with anticipation, but you also got to make sure those defenders' eyes aren't reading you like a book.
Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. And this throw's knocked away, incomplete.
Any DB prefers a highlight reel interception to just forcing an incomplete pass. But as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible on the play, he gets his hands on it and made sure it wasn't completed.
Couldn't connect on 1st. It's 2nd down. Now Herbert again. Finds Laporta. And he nearly takes it to the red zone before going out.
Sometimes you're looking to push the ball down the field. But as I've said before, the crumbs lead to a cookie. And you never go broke taking a profit, and those big tight ends will often find you those easy check down yards.
1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches. Now to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. A timeout taken here by the Lions. That's their 3rd. And they'll be unable to stop the clock again here in overtime. They'll come up 1st and 10. It's Herbert once more. He just throws this one away. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Herbert throwing again. Looking end zone, but touchdown denied. Knocked away, incomplete.
You know, I don't fault that look at all, Kate, downfield. It was just an excellent defensive play to deny him the ball and knock it away. That is good on good.
No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. To throw. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. This offense in position now. It's first and goal. Herbert to throw once more. And they will score. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions get it down to a single point. It's a DK Metcalf touchdown. That one splits the uprights. And the Lions tie this game up. Return starts at the 3. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Barkley trying this up the gut. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
From the gun, Jackson. His pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And that pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
As much as we talk about offenses wanting to stay ahead of the chains, they want to stay on script. Well, a defense, they want to rip that script up. And a sack like that, creating 3rd and extra longs, it's exactly how you get it done.
This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Here's Jackson to throw. Able to get it to Barkley. Jukes out of one stop. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that 1st down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. Throwing now on 1st down, it's Jackson. That pass complete to Goddard. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. Second and 3 now. Option play, they give it to Barkley. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Third down, 1 yard to go. They go to Barkley again. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. First down, here's Lamar. This one finds Goddard. And he's taken down at the 30. It's a pickup of 11. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down.
Sure nice to see them looking for their tight ends in the passing game. Such great size to have out there. It really forces defenses to try to find a way to defend them along with everybody else.
Handoff headed right, Barkley. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
On 2nd down, here's Barkley. And he makes makes it to the start of the red zone down at the 20. A 4-yard pickup, and they're just inches shy as we reach third down. Philadelphia going to spend its second timeout, as they'll be left with just one more to work with here in OT. A lot of pressure on this kick for Jake Elliott. He's got to drive this 37 yards down the middle. The kick is good. He got it. And they've taken back the lead. So it's an Eagles win here in this one. And they only needed to set him up with a shot to connect and win it with 3, and his aim was true to make it happen and put an end to this competitive ball game. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Eagles are winners as we say so long from Philadelphia.